Welcome to the Kali Linux tutorial. So in this course, we're going to learn how to use the Kali Linux operating system. So Kali Linux is an open source operating system. It was first called Backtrack, and then later it was bought by a different company and continued with the name Kali Linux. Now perhaps one of the most prominent aspects of the Kali Linux operating system is that it includes the programs required for information security training and penetration tests. So for this reason, it is the most used operating system in the field of information security education and penetration testing. Now, since it is open source, it's supported by many coders around the world, and if you want to, professional support service is also provided by the relevant company. Of course, the Linux operating system was initially used only by people who worked on the command line and basically had advanced computer knowledge. Later, especially with the development of the internet, it became an operating system supported by the whole world and developed as open source software. Now, fast forward to today, where there are many Linux operating systems. In fact, because Linux operating systems are very stable, today you'll find many server systems running on the Linux operating system. Of course, security problems have increased with the development of people's knowledge of the computer world and the internet. It's become necessary, in fact, essential, to test whether the systems in use have security vulnerabilities in order to develop measures that can be taken against malicious attacks and infiltrations. So the best method for this is the use of programs used as attack tools by white hat hackers. So that means Kali Linux includes the attack programs used by black hat hackers and enables penetration tests to be performed. So before we get started with all that, we're going to cover how to install the Kali Linux operating system in the course, basic features of Kali Linux, and how we can change default settings. And later on, we'll learn how to use the most popular penetration programs included in the Kali Linux operating system. You're going to get your hands dirty with some hands-on exercises. We'll use VirtualBox virtualization program for installations. We'll also install Kali Linux in the virtualization program. So virtualization and installation on physical hardware will consist of exactly the same steps, okay? So therefore, if you want, you can go ahead and install Kali Linux on a physical computer with what you've learned in this course. Just to be clear, virtualization software will use the resources of the host computer. All right, so for this reason, we recommend that the host computer on which you will install a virtual computer should have at least the following features: 4-core CPU, 8 gigabytes of RAM, although we would prefer 16, 250 gigabytes free on your hard disk, and a video card with at least a gigabyte of VRAM. So I'm sure that you've got all that together. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Open up your favorite web browser and just type in VirtualBox into your favorite search engine. And you can find the downloads here in the results. So let's have a look at this page. There are some installation packages that are prepared for different operating systems of VirtualBox. Now, of course, you're seeing that we're going to be doing this course in Windows. So I'll be downloading the setup file for Windows. And then I can just click the Save File button on the screen that appears, and the installation package is downloading. Now the file is kind of large, so the download's going to take some time depending on your speed of internet. And then when the installation file is downloaded, you'll see a file named VirtualBox 6.1.12-139181-win.exe in the Downloads folder. All right, so now we can get started setting it up. So just go ahead and open up your favorite browser and type in Kali Linux into the search engine. So the top result here will belong to the Kali Linux official webpage. Once we're here, just click Download. Okay, so this screen shows the current Kali Linux distributions. Kali Linux 64-bit is the installer here, so just click on that. And click on the Save button. And then an ISO image file gets downloaded to your computer. Now, the file size is fairly large, so that could take some time depending on the speed of your internet connection. But in any event, when the file download is complete, of course, you'll be able to find it in the folder that you have set to be the default downloads folder. And here you can see what it looks like when the ISO is downloaded successfully. Hope it went so well for you. All right, so now we can get started setting it up. So just double click on that VirtualBox file. Click the Next button. Now this screen will list the applications that need to be installed with VirtualBox, as well as the place where VirtualBox will be installed. So if you want to, you can always change that by clicking the Browse button on the side here. I'm just going to use the default install location, which is on the C drive in Program Files, Oracle, VirtualBox for installation. Click Next. All right, so this screen has different VirtualBox shortcuts as well as file registration. Just click Next. Network Interfaces installation for VirtualBox. Click on Yes. And now click on the Install button. All right, so now the necessary files are being installed on the host computer. Now on this screen, it requests confirmation for the virtual serial port setup for VirtualBox. Just click the Install button, and then you can finish up the installation by clicking the Finish button. All right, so installation has been successfully completed. We can now get started setting up our virtual computers. Now here, open VirtualBox, click on the New button, and we've got to name this section for the virtual computer. So the machine folder part, by default, VirtualBox application will install virtual computers on the C drive following the path users username VirtualBox VMS, and it becomes a folder. So now if we want to, we can change this location just by clicking the down arrow sign on the side here. And just click on the Linux option. So in the version, we want to click Debian, which is 64-bit for Kali Linux. And click Next. All right, so on this screen, we'll determine the RAM value for the virtual computer. And here, VirtualBox says that the minimum maximum values according to the physical RAM of the host machine you're using. So this value can also be changed after installation. Memory size is set to 4096, and just click Next. Now, on the disk creation screen, create a virtual hard disk, click Create. All right, click Next. Now here you want to click on Fix Size, click Next, and that sets the disk size to 20 gigs, and click Create. Great, so now this process might take a little time, depending on, well, all kinds of things, but we can move on to the second stage, which is the installation stage. So just by clicking the Start button, we'll start up our virtual computer. And since the operating system is not installed, VirtualBox will ask us what we want to use as the installation disk. And just click on the folder icon to the right. That opens the optical disk selector. And click on Add. Now on this screen that appears, the Kali Linux file that we downloaded before, you got to find that, navigate that file path, and click on it. And then click Open. So let's return to the optical disk selector window and click Choose. And this will return you to the main screen, and just click the Start button. All right, so now our virtual machine opens and the Kali Linux setup screen appears. And just click on Graphical Install. And here you can select your installation language. Click Continue and select your location. Continue. Now select your keyboard. Click Continue. And this will load the configuration files that are required for installation. And again, this might take a little while. All right, so now here you enter your host name and enter domain name. Now, if you don't use a domain, just leave this field blank. Here we'll create the user, and then this user will be set to administrative. And names such as root and admin are used by the operating system, so you won't be able to use those when you're creating a user. So what we're going to do is create a user named Kali, and we'll set a password for the Kali user. I'm just going to use the password that you see here. And click Continue. And we'll choose the time zone for the clock setting. Continue. Now we can set the disk on which the operating system will be installed. And select Guided Use Entire Disk. And Continue. And now the disk that we defined is selected. And click Continue. So click on All Files in One Partition. Now, if you define more than one disk, you can choose one of the other options, but here we've just got the one. Now, Kali wants to increase the security of your information by separating the home folder and the operating system. So click Continue. And here, click Finish Partitioning and write Changes to Disk. Click Continue, click Yes, and click Continue. All right, so that way the installation files start uploading. Now, once you're on the software selection screen, we'll see a different desktop and window applications that we can use in our Kali Linux setup. So just check them all off and click Continue. And choose the Display Manager on this screen and click Continue. Now the Grub Loader screen is required to run both Linux and Windows operating systems on the same computer. So you got to click Yes and then choose the disk and click Continue. Now the installation is in progress, and again, it's going to take some time. So now you can click Continue to restart the computer. And here you can enter your username and password. And just like that, installation is completed successfully. All right, so the Kali Linux operating system supports many desktop applications. It will also allow you to easily switch between desktop programs. So the desktop application programs that are supported by Kali Linux, System X11, Default, GNOME, GNOME Classic, Default, X-Session, Plasma, XFCE Session. And apart from all of these, a desktop application program can be installed later if you desire it. So we're going to see the installation process in our following lessons, so hang tight. Now, a desired desktop application can be selected just by clicking the button right down in here, the lower right corner, while entering the username and password. So then when you're logged in, the desktop will change according to the selected application. So the user created when installing Kali Linux is also created as a fully authorized admin user. However, many programs in Kali Linux are written to work with the root user. So the root user is a common username that is used in all Linux operating systems. So that means it's a fully authorized user. So this user will allow you to do all kinds of operations, including changing the Linux operating system kernel. So after logging in with the admin user, when you want to perform an operation that requires authorization, the confirmation screen will pop up. Now, sometimes a program will not work because the root user is not logged in. And now this problem will occur, especially for programs that will run using the command line only. In other words, Kali Linux does not allow direct login with the root user. So that means it's necessary to install an additional program for this. So in our first step, we'll set the root password. And for this, click Terminal on the dock. And when the terminal opens, the name of the user that's logged in appears on the screen. And we're going to use the sudo command to give the root password. We'll learn more about the sudo command in our next lessons. Don't worry about that. But just right now, let's write the sudo su dash command. And enter. So the command line starts with the root user has appeared on the screen. So let's type passwd root. Enter TOOR, setting the root password. And let's enter the same password again. All right, so that is now set the password, and we are successful. So now when we install a small program to log in with the root user, we'll just type in apt install kali-root-login in the same command line, enter, and the program has now been installed. So let's restart the computer. And now enter ROOT as the username and enter the password TOOR. There you go, there's your desktop. So now click Terminal from the dock. And what happens? The command screen opens directly with the root as the username. Now, since Linux operating systems are open source, different applications have been developed by many different software developers. With the spread of Linux distributions, each Linux distribution has developed its own desktop application. The most used Linux desktop applications are KDE and GNOME. All right, so Kali uses the GNOME desktop application by default. And with Kali, you can easily use different desktop applications. So now let's get to know the menus on the desktop. The menus here at the top, left, and bottom of the screen are used for different operations. So these menus are dock bar on the left of the screen, activities on the top left of the screen, and at the very top of the screen, notification menu. And system menu is in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Show applications in the left corner of the screen. And here their menus are available. So why don't we have a look and see what these menus are used for? So this bar is called the dock, located on the left side of the screen. It provides shortcut keys to various applications that users use frequently. The dock is also where the minimized windows are collected. Any application icon found here can be used both to launch that application and to switch between open windows of that application. You can always add new application icons to the dock. In fact, to do that, just go to the Show Applications menu, find the application that you want, right-click, and say Add to Favorites. And of course, to remove an application icon, just reverse-click its icon on the dock and say Remove from Favorites. And you can change the order of the icons. To do this, just click on an icon and drag and drop it. And then a dot appears to the left of the icons for running applications. And the task of this flag is to inform the user which applications are open. Now, when you want to open a second window from an open application, you can just reverse-click the application's icon on the dock and use the new window option right here in the menu. Now, when you click on the upper left corner of the screen or press the Super key on the keyboard, an overview of the activities appear. So the Super button is the button here with the window icon. And in the Events overview, all open application windows are previewed. And a search bar appears at the top, and the Workspaces panel appears on the right edge, allowing you to use multiple workspaces. Now, one of the ways to switch between open application windows when working with Kali Linux is to use the Events overview. Search bar. Applications installed on your system, various setting options, applications that are not installed on your system but can easily be installed from the application store, your files, calendar entries, etc. It allows for searching for items. So you don't need to click the search bar to search. Whenever you want to search for something, just press that Super key on the keyboard or click the Events button in the top left and start typing directly. Now, the Workspaces panel, which appears on the right side of the Events Overview, allows you to run your work on more than one desktop. This is what we call multiple workspaces. So when you open a window in the selected environment, a new Workspace panel gets created. Then when you're working with a large number of application windows, you may want to use this feature to keep your work organized in a, clean workflowy kind of way. The Workspaces panel includes a preview image representing two predefined workspaces. And to move a window you have opened while working in one workspace to or into the other workspace, just to enter the Activities Overview, drag and drop the window onto the desired workspace here at the right of the screen. But if you want to switch between workspaces, you can rotate the mouse wheel while in Activities or click on the Workspace Previews on the right. Then after entering the Events Overview, if you want to exit without doing anything, you can just click on the Events button. And for alternate, you can use the Escape or Super keys on the keyboard. Always like alternates. Now, the horizontal bar at the top of the screen is called the Hill bar, and the place where the day and time information is located in the middle of this bar, right here, is the notification area. So clicking on the day or hour information, you can access the list of recent notifications made by the system, as well as the calendar. This menu also offers a music player controller. So in other words, while listening to music with any music player application, you can stop playing a song by using the notification menu. You can also perform operations such as skip to the next or previous song from this shortcut, because these notifications here are clickable. For example, when you want to access the contents of a USB stick you've inserted into your computer, you can click the first notification box it opens, or you can enter the notification menu at any time and click on the relevant line. Now here, I'll explain the task of the Show Applications button, which is here in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. And it'll list all the applications installed on your computer and the applications you use frequently. You can see all the applications installed on the computer, and you can click Frequent to access or just peruse your recently used applications. Of course, if you want to, you can drag one application icon over another in this area, and it creates a folder for you. Now, if the application you installed on your computer isn't listed here, or if you have applications on more than one page, all you got to do is write that application's name in the search section and press the Escape key or the Show Application button to exit the Show Application menu. So when you do this, you jet right back to the desktop. The System menu is located in the upper right corner of the desktop, and it'll host various options such as volume and screen brightness, internet connection, turning off the computer, locking the session, and a button to access the settings interface. And all of the icons up here in the upper right-hand corner of the desktop are actually a single button. So to open the System menu, simply click on any point in the area of these icons. This way you don't have to actually hover your cursor right over that sound icon when you want to change the volume, for instance. So the Rotate Screen icon in the menu will allow you to turn the screen rotation feature on or off. If you have a display that supports vertical or horizontal rotation, that's always good to do. If your screen doesn't support rotation, you won't even be able to see this button. Now with the lock screen button, you can lock your screen to prevent others from using it while you're away from your computer. So that means I'm going to have to change the screen resolution, the very first step. All right, so you can see it better, I can see it better, and everybody will be happy. So to change the screen resolution, just click on the right button on the desktop here, and in the window that opens, click on Display Settings. And then on this screen, the resolutions that we can use are listed in the resolution section. And click Apply to make those resolution changes happen. Now, why don't we try out a few of them? Now, if we don't like the resolution that we've chosen, we can always restore it by clicking Revert. And then we can make the resolution that we chose valid by clicking Keep Changes. So I'm going to leave that to you because it depends upon your monitor, but choose your resolution. And let's continue learning. So to see the operations that can be done with the desktop, just right-click. So let's have a look at it in order. The first thing that comes up when we right-click is the process of creating a new folder. When you click on New Folder, we can see the screen where we set the name of the folder. So spelling out a name, just click OK, and you can see that the folder is created on the desktop. We can paste the file or folder that we copied from another place to the desktop as well. We can also undo a particular transaction that we made with the undo option. We can view files created on the desktop in a new pane. We can also open the command line with Terminal. And exactly like you do in Windows, you can change the background picture. So to change this desktop picture, just right-click and click Change Background. And a whole file of ready-to-wear pictures are right here listed on the screen. So you can choose one of them. Or you can always use an image downloaded from the internet for your background. For that, just click on Add Picture. And the window that opens is entered into the folder where you downloaded the picture. And just double-click on the picture, and here you can change the display settings. Or we can enter the settings and perform any action that we want to from here. Now, there are many practical ways to access minimize windows and to switch between all the other open applications. So right now, let's open Firefox window and 2 terminal windows and 1 file manager window as an example, and we'll examine these different methods together. So let's go to the first way. So you can switch just by clicking the icon of the application that you want to switch to on the dock. If there's more than one window, well, you'll be able to see the previews of each of the windows here, just as in image 1. And of course, you'll be able to open it just by clicking the preview window that you want to open. So if that seems a little clumsy, the second way you can switch between open application windows, just by entering the Events overview. So to do this, just click on the Events button in the upper left-hand corner or the Super key on the keyboard. So this way, all the application windows will be tiled as large preview windows. So you can switch just by clicking the one that you want. Now, if you want to as well, you can make a small adjustment to open the events when you move the cursor to the upper left-hand corner of the screen without needing to click, instead of going ahead and clicking on the Events button. So it becomes a little bit more of a shortcut. So for that, just follow the path tuning head bar and make the necessary adjustment. So what about the third way? You can switch between all the open applications just by using the Alt and Tab key combination. So when you press the Alt and Tab key together, the open applications will be listed in the middle of the screen as shown in picture 2. So here, without taking your hand off the Alt key, you can click the Tab button repeatedly to point to the application that you want. Then you can take your hands off the keys. Also, after hovering over an application that has more than one window open with the Alt tab, you can switch between the windows of that application by using Alt plus without taking your hand off the Alt key. And the fourth way, you can switch between the other windows of the currently active applications by using the Alt plus key combination. For example, while working in any of the 2 terminal windows, do an Alt plus, click the button repeatedly without taking your hand off the Alt key, or finger, depending upon how you're using your keyboard. You can also use the Super D key combination from the keyboard, just like in Windows, to minimize all the windows and to display the desktop. To move a window, that is to move it to a different location on the desktop, just hold the title bar at the top of the window. You can click and hold with the mouse and drag and drop it to a desired location on the desktop. And then to maximize or shrink a window, you can, of course, grab any corner of the window and drag it in the direction that you want and release it. Now, let's say sometimes that you want to have just one window occupy half of the desktop and another half to cover the desktop. For this, you don't need to size 2 windows one by one, right, to divide the screen in 2. When you want to do that, you just drag and drop one of the windows from the title bar to the far left of the screen as far as you can, and the window will automatically cover the left half of the screen. And similarly, you can drag the other window to the right side so that it covers the right side of the screen. That's pretty cool. Now, you can perform the same operations, of course, using the keyboard, Super with the left arrow and Super with the right arrow keys. But literally, that's like one of my favorite options here. So let's have a look at the Tweaks program, which can be used to change the general appearance of Windows. So this program is, well, it's a program that's just there by default. If you want to, you can install it and use other programs that do the same job, but this one's already here, so we might as well have a look at it. So click Show Applications, and that'll open the, well, it won't automatically open it. You've got to find the Tweaks program, and what you can do is type Tweaks into the search field. That's another easy way to get there. And then click on the result. Now, the changes you can make regarding the appearance of the windows are listed here on the screen. And the changes that can be made are grouped in the left part of the screen here. Themes you can use in the windows are in the Appearance section. And you can change the type and size of the fonts used as well in the windows and the menus, just here in the Font section. So the network settings. Now, these are created automatically when you install the Kali Linux operating system. And it is very likely that the drivers for the Ethernet and Wi-Fi card of your computer will be installed automatically. Now, if there is a DHCP server in the network environment, it'll automatically obtain an IP. Now, if you wish, you can always manually adjust these settings yourself. So if you want to do that, click on the System menu in the upper right corner. And in the window that opens, just click Wired Connection and then the wire settings. And then in the window that appears here, you can see the Network tab on the left. So you can click the Settings button under Wired on the right side of the screen. And then on this screen, your current network settings can be seen in the Details section. Now here in the Identity section, the connection name and MAC address of the network card are displayed. And if it is desirable, you can always click on Cloned Address to generate a MAC address. MTU value determines the value of packets in the network connection, and it's recommended that that remain automatic. In the IPv4 section, you can make some changes to your IP settings. But like I said, everything is set to automatic during installation. But if you need to change, you can enter the IP values yourself by clicking Manual on the screen, or you can create an internet hotspot point for other computers in the environment by selecting the Shared to Other Computers option. Now on the IPv6 tab, you can make similar settings like you did in the IP version 4. So in the Security tab, you can configure the 802.1x settings. You can use VPN programs that are supported by Kali Linux, and they're already there by default. You can also use a VPN program of your choice if you have one that's a favorite already, but you got to install those necessary files yourself. And finally, if a proxy server is used in your environment, you can make these settings here. So basically, all the settings that can be made regarding Kali Linux are made right here in Settings. It has a task similar to the control panel in Windows. So to access the Settings menu, just right-click on the desktop and click Settings. Yes, there's an alternative way. You can access this panel just by clicking Show Applications and then clicking Settings. And you can change to different settings on Kali Linux with the Settings panel. So programs that are to be changed are grouped in the left part of the Settings panel. We'll have a look. The first one is Network. So when you click on the Network panel, the settings that can be made with the network are listed here on the left. So let's have a look at what else there is inside of here. Let's look at the Bluetooth section. So we can make a few settings beyond the Bluetooth device on the computer. Here you can change the picture displayed on the desktop in the background section. So here in the notifications section, there's a list of programs that are allowed to notify when an event occurs. So you can change the settings of these programs just by clicking on them. So what happens when you search in the search section? Well, you can set which disk or folders that you want to search in. You can also list the locations to be used for the search. And for this, you can add just by clicking Search Locations at the top of the menu. And you can activate it by clicking the button on the menu to edit this section here. Cool. So what about the Applications section? Well, you can change the settings related to programs listed in the main menu. And in the Privacy section, you can adjust the location, camera, microphone, screen lock, permissions, and settings. You can also activate the online accounts that you use right here in the online account section. So in the sharing section, you can make and change settings that will allow you to be able to share files, different media that is in your computer or attached, or you can also connect to your computer remotely. To activate these settings, you do need to activate the button here in the top menu. Now in the sound section, you can make a few settings related to your audio outputs and inputs. You can adjust the power settings in the power section. All right, I'm going to leave all of these to you, how you want to set them. But I'm just taking you through that you can change your resolution settings in the displays section here. Let's go to the mouse and touchpad section. You can change the settings related to however your preferences are. Keyboard shortcuts. Well, you can make a few changes here related to the shortcuts that you use with your keyboard. You can change printer settings in the printer section. In the removable media section, you can make settings related to external media, such as CDs or DVDs that you insert. You can see your choices here. Now here you can adjust the color settings of the monitor in this color section. So here is the region and language section. It'll allow you to switch between the languages that you've selected during installation. Now, what about the accessibility section? You can change different usage settings here according to your preferences. And alas, we have come to the users section. So here you can add a new user that gets to log into your computer. You can also change the rights of a user that you've added before, as well as delete a user. Now, once we arrive in the default application section, we can change the programs that will run by default whenever a program runs. Over here on the right side of the screen, you can see the default programs for certain jobs, right? So for each job, we can list other programs that can be used just by clicking the box next to it. We can choose any of the programs that are here on the list. And over here in the date and time section, you can change the clock settings of the computer. And now in the About section, you can find information about the computer hardware, the operating system, everything that you see here. All right, so in Windows, the equivalent of the Task Manager tool in Kali Linux, which is used for purposes such as listing and running programs and terminating a desired program, call this the System Watcher. So you can access the System Watcher just by using the search bar. So it's from here that you can terminate an unresponsive program. So you open System Watcher, or if you want to, you can define a shortcut to the relevant command beforehand. Just by simply clicking the desired window. All right, so first of all, you should know that Kali Linux, Windows, and Mac are different operating systems. I know you know that, but I have to say that because since the program installation files such as setup.exe and install.exe are prepared entirely for Windows and the entire Windows platform, ecosystem, etc. Stick with me here. It doesn't make any sense for Mac operating systems or Kali Linux operating systems, right? Because they speak different languages. So for this reason, only programs with a Linux version can be installed on Kali, right? Which is a Linux-based operating system. So in Kali Linux, programs can be obtained from the application store via the Discover interface. And of course, you can always install manually. But all I'm saying is, it's got to be a Linux version. So the Kali Linux package, or software repositories, these are extremely rich, containing more than 60,000 packages, thousands of which are applications. Most of them are free, except for a very small number of paid apps that are released by a manufacturer. So when you need a new program, open Software, find the program that you want using the search button or browse through the software categories and click on the Install button. And that's pretty much it. You can also see the list of programs installed on the computer here on the software screen. And if you want, you can always manually install a program that's not in the package repository. So in this case, you've got to follow the installation instructions of the program that you want to install. So you can install programs manually with Kali Linux. In fact, in order to install the program that you will install must be in the installation repository. You can install by downloading the source code. However, the best method is to install the programs that are in the repository. So let's do an example here. Let's install the qBittorrent program manually. All right, so open up a terminal window, type apt update in the command line, press enter, and we'll check the programs in the apt repository. So type in apt install qBittorrent and hit enter. So I'll give you a hint here. If you type just the first letters of a command in the terminal screen and click the tab button, it will complete the command itself. That's very handy. So just click yes on the screen that appears, and that starts the installation process, which happens automatically. All right, so after installation is complete, just click on Show Applications and type in qBittorrent in the search section, and there you can see the program's been installed. Now, what about updating software? So there's several ways to update programs installed in Kali Linux. So the first one is opening up a terminal window, sudo su-switches to the root user, and run the command apt-get update. And then that'll look around for programs that need to be updated. And then the number of programs that want to be updated is listed here. Another command to run to see the programs to be updated in detail is apt-list upgradable. So by running the apt-get upgrade command, the update process gets started for all the programs that require or have an update available. So that's why you might want to find out what you have to upgrade first. So when the update process is done, after waiting whatever amount of time it takes, depending upon the number of packages, the package size, your connections, etc., Anyway, after the update process completes, the computer can be rebooted if desired. It's not necessarily necessary. But also, the update process can be done just by entering individual package names. So for this, enter apt install package name and press enter. So now click Show Applications, and that's a different way around. And what you do is type in Update in the search section, and then click on whatever result you want. Now you can also control updates automatically. So see down here at the bottom of the page, click this, and that way all the updates can be made that are over here on the right side of the page. All of these can be done automatically. Or you can also do updates for certain programs just by selecting whichever ones that you want to have updated. So to change the update and update settings, you can open up the tool named Software and Updates and click on the Updates tab. So in Linux operating systems, websites that are called repositories are used for updating. So with the Software and Updates tool, you can see these repositories that come up by default. If you want to, you can always add a new repository here. However, when you add a repository, you will need to be sure about the software that's in it. You can always inadvertently cause malicious software to be installed on your computer, so you have to guard against that. All right, so for this reason, I wouldn't recommend installing a program from a place other than secure repositories. So let me show you how to add a new user to your Kali Linux computer and authorize this user for different levels. To create a new user, enter Settings, click Users from the menu on the left, and then a user screen will appear on the right of the screen. However, it is necessary to activate it with your admin password in order to operate it. So we'll enter our password. And now we can change the name of the current user on this screen. We can also change the password. We can certainly change the user picture. To create a new user, just click Add User in the upper right corner of the screen here. And then you enter information about the user. Now, there are two options in the password section. First of all, you can choose Allow User to set a password when they log in next day. And that's for the user to set the password themselves. Or you can set the password yourself. Kali Linux forces you to make the password complex when creating a password. First, I'll tell you that there are two types of users in Kali Linux. Now, there are two types of users in Ubuntu. It's a standard user and a user with admin authority. The standard user won't be able to do many of the system operations, and the admin user is authorized to do all kinds of system operations on the computer. So it's here on this screen that you determine if the user will be able to create things as an authorized user. If not, you've got a limited user. So you can determine when the user can use the computer. You can also delete previously created users from this screen. So what we'll do is create a standard authorized test user and log in with this user. Now let's try to change the user privileges after we log in. Right-click, Settings, Users. And when we click the Unlock button, it wants us to enter the password of the admin user, not the test user. And since we're not logged in as the authorized admin user, we're not going to be able to go in. However, we can do some of our other normal jobs. We can create folders, access the internet, all that kind of good stuff. You find the user that you want to change and click on it. And now in the account settings, here's where you make the changes regarding user privileges. It really is that easy. Now, of course, there are indeed two different types of users in the Ubuntu operating system. These are standard users and administrator users with administrator privileges. And the standard user can perform operations other than changing the computer settings. So in other words, the user in the administrator group can make all sorts of changes to all of the settings. To open File Manager, so click on the folder icon in the dock bar to open File Manager. Why don't we spend a moment here and get to know the File Manager window a little bit better. The main folders are listed on the left side of the window. So when you insert a new USB disk or CD or DVD, it's going to be listed right here at the bottom of this section. Then when you click on Other Locations at the bottom, you can view the local disks and other system files connected to your computer. Now, if you want to get into any of the folders, then you can just double-click on the folder or right-click and click Open. And then when the File Manager window is open, only the main folders belonging to the logged-in user are listed. If another user has been created on the computer, then there will be a folder with a username in the home folder, but user files and folders will only be able to be accessed by entering this folder. Now, create a folder on Kali Linux is very simple, and there's a couple of ways to do it. You can right-click and choose New Folder as the option, and that'll create a new folder. And then you can create as many subfolders as you want within this folder. And all you have to do is repeat that process. And then for file creation, you'll need to open the application where you will create the file and save it. For instance, when we create a file with Gedit. So you first have to open the Gedit application, and we'll type out a few lines of an article just to test. This is my test article. So we'll click Save. And let's save this file in the folder that we just created. So to do that, I'll first click Desktop from the left, click the test folder, and we've got to name our file. I'll click the Save button, close the application, and now I'll double-click on the test folder on the desktop, and what do you see here? Our file that we just created. And of course, if you double-click on the file will open with the Gedit application. And just like in Windows, there are hidden files in Kali Linux that you don't want to necessarily see, but they are hidden with normal settings. But if you need to, in order to view hidden files, just open the Files tool, click on this button, check the Show Hidden Files option in the pop-up menu here. And of course, you can always use the Control-H key combination from the keyboard to make hidden files visible and then invisible again. For example, a few folders that are normally called Documents, Pictures, Music, Videos appear in the user's home directory. So when you make the hidden files visible, you can see that there are actually other various hidden files and directories in this directory. Now notice that the names of all these hidden files and directories begin with the dot character. In fact, in Kali Linux, the name of all hidden files and directories has the period character, the very beginning of the file name. So any file that you would put a period in front of its name will automatically become a hidden file. So if you want to listen to music or watch videos with Kali Linux, you can use the default Videos program or VLC Media Player. That's a great program too. So just click Show Applications to open the Videos program and type Videos in the search box. Click on the program. And after that opens, well, it might be just enough to find the video or music file that you want to hear or watch. I'll show you something else. You can open the VLC Media Player, and you can always access both of these programs from the application's usual applications, sound and video. Of course, there's another way. So when you right-click on the music or video file, or music and video file, or whatever file that you want to listen to or watch, you can open it just by clicking Open with Videos from the menu that opens, right? So it's a right click on the file, and there's a menu that opens. Now this program is the default program that is specified by Kali Linux. So you can change the default program if you want. Now we've done that replacement process in one of our previous lessons. I'm sure you remember, but I'll just briefly talk you through it. To see other programs that will enable you to open the same file, you can click Open with Other Application, and then you can select a program from the drop-down menu that appears and click Open to open that file. Of course, you can install another multimedia application with Linux support. And I'm sure you remember how to install from our previous lessons, so we won't go through that here. So Kali Linux also includes a capture program that will allow you to record your work on the computer. There's a few of them actually, and with these programs you can record the transactions on the desktop, save them to your computer, and then watch them again later, make a tutorial, whatever you want to do. And concerning that, if you want to, you can always share whatever you record on the internet. So, of course, that sounds like a lot of fun. You might even develop a whole social network. But since Kali Linux is used for penetration and training purposes, you might see the value of this feature, and you might actually be using it frequently. So there are two different programs that come with Kali Linux. So let me just show you them. They're already here by default. You can register them if you want. But the first of them is Kazam. Just click Show Applications, and you'll be able to open the program from there. If you type Kazam into the search and click on the result. So this screen here is the main screen of the Kazam program. So here, I'm not going to take you through a whole tutorial about Kazam, but just leave you with the idea that if you click the capture button, you will start the recording process. So the camera icon appears on the system menu, which is up here in the upper right corner. So you can click on this icon to stop or end the recording. So when you stop the recording, a screen will appear asking whether to save the recording or not. And then when you click on the continue button, you can automatically save the file under your videos folder. You can always change the file name here. Then, of course, you can watch this file with a variety of different video programs. So the second program that you can use for desktop recording is Simple Screen Recorder, very aptly named. So again, just click Show Applications and type in Simple Screen Recorder and click on that. And now a screen appears for you to set the first use settings. All right, so by clicking Continue, the preferences related to the registration process are determined on the next screen. Click Continue, and the codec settings are made on this screen. And of course, recording will start just by clicking the Start Recording button. And of course, you can save your recording just by clicking Save Recording. You can also minimize the program. Recording can also be terminated just by clicking the camera icon on the system menu. Now, another way to open desktop recording programs is just by clicking Applications, Usual Applications, Sound and Video, now that we've opened both. Of course, you can use many programs to open images with Kali Linux. To open any image file, you just right-click on the file, and you can open it by clicking Open with Image Viewer. Now, this program happens to be the default program specified by Kali Linux. You can always change this program if you want. And again, we have done that process before in some of the previous lessons, so if you need a review, go back. But if not, I think you know how to do it. But you can also see other programs that will enable you to open the same file just by clicking Open with Other Application. That way you can select a program from the drop-down menu and click Open just to open that file in that program. And of course, it's up to you, but you can install other multimedia applications. Just make sure that they have Linux support. And again, we have also seen how to install other programs in our previous lessons. Now, another way to open image files is just by clicking Applications, Usual Applications, Graphics, now that we've used this application. All right, so now we get to the strongest part of the Linux operating system. That is terminal applications. And to reiterate what I said earlier, you can run all programs through the terminal. So if you're starting to use a terminal, it will be advantageous for you to learn the basic Linux commands. You can find many resources on the internet about basic Linux commands. And what these commands have in common is that they'll work on all Linux operating systems, right? So these commands are the basic commands. I will show you some of the basic commands here. but there's a whole raft of them you can find out on your own. So first up, pwd. So when you first open the terminal, you are in the home directory of your user. To know which directory you're in, you can use the pwd command. That gives us the absolute path, which means the path that starts from the root. The root is the base of the Linux file system, and it is denoted by a /. So the user directory goes something like /home/username. ls. So you can use the ls command to know what files are in the directory that you are currently in. You can see all the hidden files, for instance, by using the command ls-a. cd. So you can use the cd command to go to a directory. For example, if you're in the home folder and you want to go to the downloads folder, you can type in cd downloads. Now remember, this command is case sensitive, and you have got to type in the name of the folder exactly as it is. All right, so next up are a pair of commands. mkdir and rmdir. So these are the commands that are used to create folders. So if you type mkdir test in the command line, that's going to create a folder named test in the folder that you are in, right? So the remove directory command, or rmdir, is used to delete a created folder or directory. Remove directory is used to delete empty folders only. Use the rm command to delete the files and the directories together. Use the rm with a recursive option to delete just the directory. So you see, by using the rm command, it deletes both the folder and the files it contains. Okay, touch. The touch command is used to create a file. So it can be anything from an empty text file to an empty zip file. For example, touch new.txt. Man and --help. So to know more about a command and how to use it, use the man command or manual. It'll show the manual pages of the command. For example, man ls shows the manual pages of ls cd command. And then typing in the command name and the argument helps it show which ways the command can be used. cp. Use the cp command to copy files through the command line. Now, this will take two arguments. The first is the location of the file to be copied. The second is where to copy. mv. You can use the mv command to move files through the command line. We can also use the mv command to rename a file. For example, if we want to rename the file text to new, we can use the move text new command, and it'll take two arguments, just like the cp command. locate. So the locate command is used to locate a file in a Linux system. Just like the search command in Windows, this command is useful when you don't know where a file is saved or the actual name of the file. So when you use the -i argument with this command, it'll help you to ignore the case. That means it doesn't matter if it's uppercase or lowercase. So if you want a file that has the word hello, right, it gives the list of all the files in your Linux system containing the word hello when you type in locate-i hello. Now, if you remember two words, you can separate them by using an asterisk. For example, locate a file containing the words hello and this. You can use the command locate-i asterisk hello asterisk this. Sudo or sudo, depending upon where you're from. Anyway, sudo is a commonly used command on the Linux command line. It stands for super user do. So if you want any command to be done with administrator or root privileges, you can use the sudo or sudo command. For example, when you want to update, this message will appear when you want to do apt update in the terminal. This is because you must have root privileges to run the apt command. You can run this command with root privileges. So for this, when you type sudo apt update, you will be asked to enter a password. Note, please, the user logged in here must have admin authority. Otherwise, even if the password is entered, it won't be able to be processed. So when you type the password of your login user, the command starts running. Now, if you don't want to have to enter the password every time when you type in sudo in the command line and enter the password, you enter the root directory and user rights. df. So you can use the df command to see the available disk space on each partition of your system. You can just type df in the command line and see each connected section and its used available space in percentages and kilobytes. So if you wanted it to be displayed in megabytes, for instance, you can use the df-m command. uname. Use the uname command to show the information about the system that your Linux distro is running. So using the command uname-a prints most of the information about the system. So this will print the kernel release date, version, processor type, and all that good stuff. apt-get. So we use apt to work with packages in the Linux command line. Use apt-get to install packages. So this, of course, requires root privileges. So use the sudo command with it. Password. This is the command that's used to change a password. So in typing passwd username, the password can be changed. Now, if an authorized user password is to be changed, it must be used with the sudo command. and history. So after using Linux for a while, you're going to notice that you've run hundreds of commands every day. So if you want to see the different commands that you've entered before, you can run the history command. Wireshark is free, open source, and the world's foremost network packet analyzer. And it is the de facto standard across system and network administrators. Wireshark has the ability to listen and record traffic, as well as advanced filtering and reviewing options. We're not going to do a deep dive into Wireshark right now, since that's the subject of network layer attacks. So here, let's see a summary of the traffic and the systems related to the interfaces we listen. Let's go to Kali and start Wireshark. You can start Wireshark from the Applications menu or open a terminal window and type Wireshark to start the app. Don't worry about the ampersand and the and of the command. Putting an ampersand at the end of a command causes the shell to run the process in the background. It's sort of multitasking. You can have many processes running, but only one in the foreground at any given point. The process in the foreground is the process that appears to have locked up the terminal. Whatever. The first message is because we are a super user on Kali. No worries. Okay, the welcome page of Wireshark asks which interface we would like to listen to first. So let's have a look at the interfaces of our system. To look at the interfaces and to remember the IP address of Kali, open a terminal and type ifconfig. There are two result sets of the ifconfig command, eth0 and lo. eth0 is the first Ethernet interface. Additional Ethernet interfaces would be named eth1, eth2, etc. Here we have only one. Now lo is the loopback interface. This is a special network interface that the system uses to communicate with itself. eth0 is the interface that we're interested in at the moment. Double-click to open the eth0 on the main page of Wireshark to start capturing the packets passing through our Ethernet interface. Now, to speed it up, let's create some network traffic. Open one of my virtual machines, OWASP BWA, and ping Kali. To stop ping command, press Ctrl-C, ifconfig, to learn the IP address of the machine. Now I go to another VM, Metasploit, and ping the last VM first. And then ping Kali. Here we have a lot of ICMP and ARP traffic at the moment. So let's generate some traffic. I open the browser in Kali and visit the website served by the OWASP BWA machine. And even more traffic. I visit nhs.uk, my favorite website. Okay, that's enough. Let's turn back to Wireshark. As you see, we have a lot of packets captured, and new packets arrive every second. ARP packets, TCP packets, TLS packets for HTTPS traffic, etc. Here we don't investigate the packets in detail. We want to learn about the systems which are interacting with us. So go to Statistics menu and select Conversations. There are 5 tabs in the Conversation window by default. And we're on the IPv4 tab at the moment. Here there are IP packets grouped by address A and address B. In each line, we see how many packets sent up to now, total size of the packets in bytes, number and size of the packets from A to B and from B to A, etc. There is traffic between 8.8.8.8 and my Kali. Now I know that 8.8.8.8 is the IP address of Google DNS, so I must have set the Google DNS as the DNS of my Kali. You know, I'd like to look at the network config And yes, my DNS address is 8.8.8.8. In the Ethernet tab, we can see the MAC addresses of the systems. The addresses full of Fs mean that the packet is broadcasted. ARP requests are the examples for these kind of packets. In the TCP tab, we can see TCP packets grouped by the addresses and this time by ports as well, because a system may have different interactions with any other system. For example, Kali may have HTTP traffic through port 80, and at the same time, it may have an SSH connection through 22 as well. Same as TCP. Packets are grouped by IPs and ports in the UDP tab. Before talking about using ARP tables for passive scanning, let's talk a little bit about ARP protocol and mechanism first. So, Address Resolution Protocol, ARP, is a network layer protocol used for mapping a network address such as an IPv4 address to a physical address such as a MAC address. To simulate how the ARP mechanism works, we have a small network in the slide, a switch on top, and 3 computers connected to it. Computer A wants to talk to computer C. It puts an ARP request onto the wire, which happens to be broadcast. Essentially what it's saying is, who has computer C's MAC address? Of course, because it's a broadcast, every system on the network hears it. Does everybody respond? Well, what happens is that B hears that A is looking for the MAC address of computer C. B knows that it's not computer C and therefore does not respond to the broadcast. The broadcast, the ARP request, goes out to every system, but the only system that will reply is computer C with an ARP reply. In other words, computer A says, who has the MAC address of computer C? And although all the workstations hear the question, only C replies and says, I've got the MAC address of computer C, and this is what it is. So the ARP reply sends back the MAC address to computer A, and each of these machines start building an ARP table. So what is the ARP table? Since computers cannot send broadcast messages every time they need to connect with another network device, they store the IP addresses and the corresponding MAC addresses of systems they frequently communicate with in a table called ARP table. All the systems in the LAN maintain this table. The entries in the ARP cache table are generally short-lived and are updated every 15 to 20 minutes. Now let's get back to our topic. Can we say that one of the passive scan methods is just looking into the ARP table of a system, which is a network that we are scanning? Well, sure we can. Inside an ARP table, we see the IP addresses of some of the systems of the network and their corresponding MAC addresses. Let's see the ARP tables in 3 different platforms: Mac OS, Windows, and Debian Linux. We are in a Mac OS operating system first. Open the terminal first. Type terminal in the search box of the applications window, which brings you the terminal application. Typing ARP and hitting enter shows a small help for ARP command. If you want to see detailed help about the ARP command, you can use MAN command. Type MAN ARP and hit enter. You'll get detailed help. A parameter is used to display all current ARP table entries. But hold on, it says A is used to delete all entries as well. How can that be? Well, to delete an ARP table entry, you use D parameter. If you use this parameter with A parameter, you are able to delete all entries of ARP tables. I parameter is used to see the entries of a single interface. By default, ARP command tries to show the display addresses symbolically. To see the IP addresses instead of display names of the systems, you have to use N parameter, which means do not resolve names. Okay, press Q to quit the man page of the ARP command. Now type ARP-AN to see all the entries of the ARP table. Since Mac OS is a BSD-based operating system, the results of the ARP command is displayed in BSD style. Second machine is a Microsoft Windows 8. Let's open a command prompt first. I have a shortcut on my status bar, so I click it to start a command prompt. Alternatively, press Windows plus R buttons, open the dialog box, run Command, and hit Enter. If you type ARP in a Windows system, the help page of ARP command is displayed. Type ARP-A to see the entries of the ARP table. In my opinion, this display is more, human readable than BSD style. Now, although we're not interested in these at the moment, I would like to talk a little about the IP addresses that start with 224 to calm your curiosity. 224.0.0.22 is the multicast address for Internet Group Management Protocol. 224.0.0.252 is used by recent versions of Windows for Link Local Multicast Name Resolution, LLMNR, searching for local network computers. The third machine is our Kali, which is a Debian-based Linux operating system. Open the terminal window. If you type ARP and hit Enter, the ARP table entries are displayed in a human-readable format. As you see, systems are listed with a known domain name such as www.owaspbwa.com by default. ARP-H brings you a small help page. If you want a detailed help page, type man space ARP. In a Debian-based Linux system, -A parameter of ARP command is used to see the entries in BSD format, which we saw in macOS. -I is, again, to see the entries of a single interface. Okay, press Q to quit the man page. ARP-A displays ARP table entries in BSD format, and use N parameter to see the IP addresses instead of domain names of the systems.
Developed by Edge Security, the Harvester is a command-line program written in Python, which is to gather emails, subdomains, hosts, employee names, open ports, and banners from different public sources like search engines, PGP keys, and Shodan computer databases. You can download the Harvester from its GitHub page, https://github.com/Laramies, that's LARAMIES/the Harvester. It's also embedded in Kali Linux. When you run the script with no parameters, you can see the usage options. One of the usages of the Harvester tool is the Harvester-D domain name, -L result limit, -B data source. When the script finishes its job, you can see the results: emails and hosts found. ReconNG is a full-featured web reconnaissance framework written in Python, complete with independent modules, database interaction, built-in convenience functions, interactive help, and command completion. ReconNG provides a powerful environment. ReconNG has a look and feel
Throughout the course, we're going to learn how to use Nmap in detail to scan the networks. Nmap, Network Mapper, is Let's do the first scan. So now let's write our first Nmap command. So with this command, we will scan the IP of the Kali Linux computer. So for this, just open Kali Linux, username root, password tour, and click terminal. Learn IP with ifconfig, nmap, and your target IP, press the enter key. All right, so here we've entered our own IP information as the target IP. So how can we find other threads and other targets? So this is where we should probably talk a little bit about IP and network concepts. We briefly mentioned the concept of a rope before, but let's go into a little more detail. So these concepts are the basic concepts that you can probably encounter in just about all of your penetration testing. Might sound a little boring at first, but I really do want to help you master this subject, right? So we got to talk about what is a network. Yeah, I know we've already defined network in that network, but let's dive a little deeper, shall we? So it's a communication system that devices establish with each other in a certain area. Information and system resources are shared among different users. And data can also be transferred from one location to another. And a network is formed just by connecting at least two devices. Now, on the OSI reference model, it's located on layer 3. So what is the OSI reference model? So if you haven't ever encountered it before, the OSI, or Open Systems Interconnection, is a model that was developed in 1984 by ISO, which is the International Organization for Standardization. Now, before you purchased a computer system prior to an OSI standard, everything from cable to a network card, drives to network operating systems were custom made for that company. Therefore, different devices could not communicate effectively with each other. So that's why this model quickly became widely accepted and also became a guide for network standards. So that way, devices manufactured by different companies with the OSI standard will basically be able to communicate using the same protocols. Now, the OSI model consists of 7 different layers, and here they are. Layer 7, application. Layer 6, presentation. Layer 5, session. Layer 4, transport. Layer 3, network. Layer 2, data link. And layer 1, physical. So for now, we'll leave these layers here, though throughout the course we will discuss OSI additions when we get to them in related topics. Now, getting back to the Nmap scan that we perform, it will occur on the network layer, which is OSI layer 3. Yeah? So with a scan, Nmap will try out the first 1,000 TCP ports that are most commonly used, which ports are available, and what their status is, whether it's on or off, and then the service names that will be using those ports. The 1,000 TCP ports used by Nmap will come by default, and if we want to change the list of ports used, we just need to modify the file user share Nmap services. I don't recommend that, though. Service and version detection. Nmap SV target. So when scanning with Nmap, it's not enough to obtain just the open port information. With this information, it's pretty necessary to know the name and the version of the service running on the open port, yeah? So the version information will give us more insight into what are the possible attacks that we could actually launch. So there's a database of more than 2,200 services in Nmap. Where is that database? It's in the user share Nmap services. So the database contains the names of the services that can operate according to the port information. For example, port 80, of course, is mostly used by HTTP service. Port 53 is usually used by the DNS service. The point here is that the port numbers do not always belong to the service. I mentioned that earlier, but I want to make this clear. So it means that the system administrator can change the HTTP service 80 to 1280 from within the program. So in this case, the port number and the service running on that port must be detected and verified. So for this purpose, Nmap uses the Nmap Service Probes database. So this database is located in User, Share, Nmap Service Probes, and this database will contain different query statements for each service. So it'll try to detect the service and the version running on the Nmap port by running these query statements. So Nmap is very successful with this. And then when you're armed with this information, you may discover there may be different vulnerabilities depending on the version of each service. And of course, specific vulnerabilities can be attacked. It is therefore necessary to use the SV parameter when scanning with Nmap. So I'll show you an example. Open VirtualBox, open Kali Linux 10.0.2.15, open Metasploitable 10.0.2.4, log into Kali Linux VMs, username root, password tour, and open terminal. So write this command, nmap 10.0.2.4, top ports 10, press enter. And the scan results are here. As you can see, it only lists the port names, numbers, port state, whether they're open or closed, as well as the service names. So now do the same operation with the SV parameter. Nmap 10.0.2.4, top ports 10, SV, and press enter. The scan results are here now. And of course, scanning with the SV parameter will take a little bit longer. But as you can see here, the version information of the open ports has been added to the list. So that means that according to the version information that we gather here, we can develop attacks specific to our target system. So let's have a look at Nessus. Developed by Tenable Network Security, is one of the most popular and capable vulnerability scanners. Nessus Professional is a commercial product. In addition, a free Nessus Home version is also available, though it's limited and only licensed for home network use. Nessus allows scans for the following types of vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities that allow a remote hacker to control or access sensitive data on a system. Misconfiguration, for example, open mail relay, missing patches, etc. Default passwords, a few common passwords, and blank or absent passwords on some system accounts. Nessus can also call Hydra, an external tool, to launch a dictionary attack. Denials of service against the TCP/IP stack by using malformed packets, and preparation for PCI DSS audits. Now, in a typical operation, Nessus begins by doing a port scan to determine which ports are open on the target, and then tries various exploits on the open ports. The vulnerability tests, available as subscriptions, are written in NASL, Nessus Attack Scripting Language, a scripting language optimized for custom network interaction. Nessus is constantly updated, with more than 70,000 plugins. Key features include remote and local authenticated security checks, a client-server architecture with a web-based interface, and an embedded scripting language for writing your own plugins or understanding the existing ones. Optionally, the results of the scan can be reported in various formats, such as plain text, XML, HTML, and LaTeX. Now, Nessus is not embedded into Kali, so let's download it to install and use in our Kali. I'll open the browser and search for Nessus Home Download in Google. I think you already know that Nessus Home is the name of the free version of Nessus. So discard the ads. The first link is Tenable's Nessus homepage. We need an activation code to use Nessus Home, and we have to register for an activation code. So you'd better register with your exact names and email addresses. Since I have previous registrations, I'd like to register with a public name and mail address. Ethical Hacker is the name and surname. ethichack@yopmail.com. Click register when you're okay. Now the next page is where you can find the download link for Nessus Home. The page says that an email containing my activation code has been sent to my email address. So let's open a new tab and look to see if we've got the activation code. I go to yopmail.com/ethichack, which is the URL address of ethichack@yopmail.com email address. And here's the email with the activation code. Now go back to the homepage of Nessus and click Download. Here's a list of the binaries of Nessus Home. Our Kali is a 64-bit Debian, so I'm going to click and download this one. And save the file. Now let's install the packet that we downloaded. I go back to the browser to see the location to where the file has been downloaded. It's downloaded in the Downloads folder. Now open a terminal screen and go to the folder using cd command. To install the packet, use dpkg Linux command with iparameter. And last, type the file name. Remember, you can use the tab key to complete the file name and hit enter. The installation is completed within a few seconds. Now let's look at the messages. It says we should start the Nessus D daemon to start Nessus Home. And then we can connect to the web interface of Nessus, which will be served at port 8834. This is the default port of Nessus Home's interface. So use the service command to start the Nessus D daemon. First, I want to look at its status. It's inactive at the moment. Type service Nessus D start to start Nessus D daemon. Now, let's look at the ports of our Kali, which happen to be in listen mode. Use the netstat command with TNLP parameters. And here it is. Port 8834 is being listened to by Nessus D. Now we can access Nessus Home's web interface. So go to the browser and type 127.0.0.1:8843 and hit enter. As you know, 127.0.0.1 stands for the local host. You can use the IP address of your Kali instead. It doesn't matter. Whoops! Nessus service is an HTTPS service. So we have to use HTTPS at the beginning of our URL. So our browser says that the connection is not secure because the local certificate of Nessus is not registered by a CA, a certificate authority. No worries, click Advanced and then Add Exception and click Confirm Security Exception. And here's the first interaction with Nessus Home's web interface. So the next step is to set up Nessus Home. First step is to create an account. Select a username for yourself and add a password. Click Continue. The next screen asks the scanner type and the activation code, which has been sent to our email address while we were downloading the Nessus Home's installation packet. Here are the scanner types. We'll use Nessus Home, so leave the first option selected. Now I go to the email sent by Nessus and copy the activation code and paste it into the related field. Then click Continue. As soon as setup is complete, Nessus downloads and initiates the latest plugins, which will be used in the scans by Nessus. First, it downloads the plugins according to your connection speed. Now, it may take a few minutes, so be patient. Now it's compiling the plugin. This step may take longer than the download step, so you might want to go and grab yourself a cup of coffee. And there it is. The initialization phase is complete. Welcome to the Nessus interface. So hang on, before rushing in to start our first Nessus scan, I'd like to show you how to create our own policies. Policies allow you to create custom templates defining what actions are performed during a scan. In the Nessus web interface, click Policies at the left side. You see that? Good. Click the Create a New Policy link inside the Policies page. Now here we have a lot of scanners. So in Advanced Scan, all the options are chosen by us without any guidance or recommendations. Basic Network Scan is generally suitable for any host. Internal PCI Network Scan is designed for internal scans, and it's based on PCI DSS standards. PCI DSS, Payment Card Institute, and Data Security Standards, simply one of the most important information security standards. So it looks like the days when this video was captured that Spectre and Meltdown are really new vulnerabilities. So here there is a scan specialized for Spectre and Meltdown vulnerabilities. This clearly shows how up-to-date Nessus is. Here there's another scanner specific for web applications. So let's configure our own scan. Click Advanced Scan. First, give a name for your policy. Now go to Discovery section. So we're in the Host Discovery page. Here we have a Ping the Remote Host option and the settings of the ping. If we're going to use the data we collected with Nmap, we can close this ping scan because we already have the lists of the hosts. Click Port Scanning to configure port scanning options. The default value of the port scan range is, well, default. That means Nessus will scan the ports, which is in its Nessus services file. Now I go to the terminal screen to analyze a Nessus services file. Let's find the file first. Use the find command to find the file. / means that the search will begin from the root directory. -name shows the name of the search file, and hit enter. And here it is. You can stop the search using Control-C keys. I use the less command to see the content of the file. Here are the ports, protocols, and the default services which use these ports. Now I want to see the number of the lines of Nessus services file to understand how many ports are scanned by default. Cat command with a file name, pipe, WC to see the word count. The first number is the number of lines, the second one is the number of the words, and the last one is the number of the characters. So we can say that 9,000 ports are scanned by default, which is the total of both TCP and UDP ports. But what if you want to see the number of TCP ports scanned by default? You can use grep before WC, type cat file name pipe, grep TCP pipe WC. You will see the number of TCP ports scanned by default. There are about 4,600 TCP ports. Now, if you want to scan for all ports, you should type 1 through 65535 in port scan range field. So here are the options to use SSH service for local port enumerators. So let's have a short break here. If you have some credentials to scan some services in depth, you can define those credentials before the scan. So here, select the Credentials tab, and you see some services. When you click the SSH, for example, you will see the credential options. But let's remove this for now. Now turn back to Settings by clicking its tab. We were in Discovery Port Scanning page. And here are the port scanning options. SynScan is selected by default. If you like, you can select TCP and or UDP scans as well. Now go to the Advanced section. Safe checks are enabled by default. So we can select scan IP addresses in a random order to make the scan a little more stealthy. Let's look at the performance options. We can reduce the number of max simultaneous hosts per scan to avoid Delays in network traffic. Max number of concurrent TCP sessions per host is not defined by default. We can define an upper bound to keep the hosts safe. And again, we may define a maximum number of concurrent TCP sessions per scan to keep the network traffic safe. Now, look at the tabs on the top of the new policy page, and you'll see the plugins tab. Right, so here we have tons of plugins used in Nessus scans. If you click one of the plugin families, you'll see all the plugins of that family. You see the total number of plugins in a plugin family, and here are the plugins. You can click on Enabled next to a plugin to disable it. Or if you want to disable an entire plugin family entirely, for example, denial of service, click on Enable label next to the name of the plugin family. Click Save, and now we have our own scan policy. At last, we are ready to start a Nessus vulnerability scan. This is the main page of the Nessus web interface. We are in My Scan section of Scans tab. At the upper left corner, click New Scan. First, Nessus asks for the scanner. We have seen them before, so here we can choose the most suitable one for our scan. But in the home version of Nessus, unfortunately, some scans are disabled. If you click Internal PCI Network Scan, for example, the application redirects you to the Nessus website to buy Nessus Professional. There are also available scanners like Basic Network Scan, or alternatively, go to User Defined tab and select your own policy. This is the policy we defined in the previous lecture, so I chose this. Now, give a name to your scan. As you can see in the right side of the name field, the required fields are identified by Nessus. So write a description if you want. Select the folder for the outputs, and define the targets. You can list the hosts in Targets field one by one. I want to scan my two systems now. 99.139 is OWASP BWA, and 99.206 is my Metasploitable system. So if you want multiple IP addresses, just put a comma in between them. You can also define an IP block or a range, just as you remember in the Nmap lectures. Or alternatively, if you have a file that contains a list of the hosts that we also covered earlier, you can add that file using the Add File link in the Upload Targets field. So now we're ready to launch the scan. At the bottom of the page, select Save, or click the down arrow button and select Launch to start the scan immediately. I choose Launch. It first saved the scan and then launched immediately. So while it's scanning, let's see some of the parts of Nessus interface. At the left, you see the folders. Next to My Scans folder, it says that I have one active scan. And in My Scans page, you see the scan that we just started. If you click on it, you see the scan details. There are three tabs here: Hosts, Vulnerabilities, and History. When you click on the Vulnerabilities tab, you see the vulnerabilities found during the scan. Here, we already have some results. Now click the Hosts tab to turn back. These are the systems that we defined as targets: OWASP BWA and Metasploitable. At the right, you see the severity levels of the vulnerabilities. Nessus classifies vulnerabilities into 5 levels. Informational level quickly identifies non-vulnerability information, which is, well, nice to know, and separates them from the vulnerability detail, which is need to know, right? Low level identifies the flaws that might help an attacker to better refine his attack, but by itself, that flaw won't be sufficient for a compromise. Medium level identifies that some information is leaking from the remote host. An attacker might be able to read a file he should not have access to. High level identifies that the attacker can read arbitrary files on the remote host and or can execute commands on it. And critical level vulnerabilities are the most important vulnerabilities for us. These vulnerabilities can be exploited by a tool, and in most cases, the attacker does not need to make an extra effort to exploit them. So let's fast forward the scan. Now, on the right side of each host row, you can see the status of the scan of that host. 100% means the scan of that host is complete. Did you know you can ping the hosts sometimes to understand that they're still alive? And finally, our scan is completed in 4 minutes, which is a very fast scan for a vulnerability scan. Now let's click the Metasploitable to go to the vulnerabilities of that host. Here are the vulnerabilities of the Metasploitable machine found by this scan. Please note that there might be other vulnerabilities that cannot be found by Nessus with the policy that we used. The vulnerabilities are ordered by severity levels by default, and I think that's a good idea. The vulnerabilities in the critical severity level are the most important ones for us again. So click on a vulnerability to see the details of it. So here we have the name of the vulnerability, a brief description, a solution method, and the links to learn more about it, and last, the host and the port where the vulnerability lives. At the right side of the screen, you see some additional and important information about the vulnerability. So for this particular vulnerability, Nessus says that we can exploit it using Core Impact, which is a commercial and very powerful exploitation tool. And here are the scores of this vulnerability. 10.0 is perfect for us. So click Back to Vulnerabilities to go back to the list of the vulnerabilities. Here there is another vulnerability which says the VNC server is running on the host and its password is password. If that's true, and if there's no additional measure to protect the host, we can access that host very easily. I'll show you. Let's test it. Go to the terminal screen and run the VNC viewer by typing xvnc viewer and hit enter. If you don't have VNC viewer installed on your Kali, type apt-get install xvnc viewer and hit enter. Type the IP address of Metasploitable as the VNC server and hit enter. And now type password as the password and hit enter again. And voila, we are in the system. I use the womi Linux command to learn the user that I've caught, and uname-a to learn the operating system and the kernel details. Ifconfig to see the information about the network interfaces, etc. Now type rm-rf/. No, just kidding. Don't do that. Don't.
Maltego is an interactive data mining tool that renders directed graphs for link analysis. The tool is used in online investigations for finding relationships between pieces of information from various sources located on the Internet. The focus of Maltego is analyzing real-world relationships between information that is publicly accessible on the Internet. This includes footprinting Internet infrastructure as well as gathering information about the people and organizations who own it. Maltego can be used to determine the relationships between the following entities: people, names, email addresses, and aliases, groups of people, social networks, companies, organizations, websites, Internet infrastructure such as domains, DN names, net blocks, and IP addresses, affiliations, documents, and files. Connections between these pieces of information are found using open source intelligence, OSINT techniques, by querying sources such as DNS records, Whois records, search engines, social networks, various online APIs, and extracting metadata. Maltego provides the results in a wide range of graphical layouts that allow for clustering of information, which makes seeing relationships instant and accurate. This makes it possible to see hidden connections, even if they're 3 or 4 degrees of separation apart. You can download the Maltego CE, that's the Community Edition, from www.paterva.com, and it's embedded in Kali Linux. Let's see Maltego in action. Go to Kali Linux and open a terminal screen and type Maltegos, that's Maltegoce, to run Maltego Community Edition embedded.
And naturally, there are different types of Maltego editions. So we'll choose the Maltego Community Edition. Why? Because it's free. All right, so first we'll need a login. Now, if you don't have an account, you can just click here to register. If it does fail to execute in the default web browser, just open up your browser and go to Register Website. That you can see here on the screen. And create an account, log in. Cool, so here is a summary of the progress to install the different items. You can always choose to send your error reports to improve Maltego. And we'll choose the web browser for Maltego, and yeah, now you can see it's ready to start. However, here, let's choose the privacy mode. So we need to create a new graph before scanning a domain. Cool, click on the Maltego icon on the top left up here, click New.
The second step is to specify the target domain.
And when we choose all transforms and click to run, it's going to start to collect data. Far out.
Now, in the Community Edition of Maltego, the results are limited to 12 entries. It shows the results in graph mode. We can zoom out to see the entire picture or zoom in to focus on specific results. Now, if you select a node and right-click on it, you can see all the transforms you're able to run for that node. Transforms are grouped according to their purposes. You can expand a group and select a single transform to run, or you can run a group of transforms at once. You can configure a transform before the run or save a transform in your favorites list. Let's run the mirror:\email addresses found transform at this time. The results start to come in about a minute. Let's see some more about Maltego while we're waiting. There are different graph types you can choose to see the results. If you zoom out the graph under 30%, the entities are shown as the dots instead of meaningful symbols. All the colors of the dot point to a specific type: email addresses, websites, domain names, and more. You can see the color legend in the lower right corner. The results of the transform we ran a minute ago are here now. You can use the toggle full screen button or simply press Alt plus Enter buttons to toggle the graph to full screen. You can select the email addresses node and see the collected email addresses listed in the Detail View window.
Now, due to some licensing issues, Offensive Security doesn't ship Metasploit Community and the Trial Pro versions in Kali Linux. That's why I want to provide you with another free option, which is called Armitage. Now, it's not an addition of the Metasploit framework. It's an interface that will help you manage your penetration tests. It has a very good Java-based graphical user interface. And as I said before, hey, it's developed by Raphael Mudge. So the goal here is to help security professionals better understand hacking and help them realize the power of Metasploit. So now let's have a look at how to get into this tool. You don't need to install Armitage into Kali. It already comes pre-installed. So naturally, you can install Armitage to some other Linux distros, but for Windows, it's not valid. So you can't work with Armitage on Windows systems. Now, you may find a way to use it on Windows, but it probably won't be worth the effort. Anyway, open your terminal and type Armitage. And it asks for connecting to the database server, so click Connect. Then it'll ask to start Metasploit RPC server to remotely interact with Metasploit, so click Yes. And at first glance, this is what it looks like. Now, you see that on the left pane, the modules are there. And on the right pane, there is nothing, but if you have your hosts, it will be listed. And below is for the console and the module-specific tabs. So you can manage Armitage from the above menu. And here inside the Armitage menu item, you can set global settings for Armitage and create listeners, change the view of the right pane. A console item provides you with a place to manage your credentials, your jobs, downloaded files, and all that. And you'll see that they come up as tabs below. Under the host item, there are options for managing hosts on your penetration test. Armitage allows you to add host and make an Nmap scan on them at any time during a pen test. Another great feature of Armitage is here under the Attacks menu. It will suggest exploits for your target host after a rather extensive enumeration. So if you want to, you can try every suitable exploit onto the target host. On the Workspace menu, you can create and change between your workspaces. So that is Armitage in general. We're going to get into much greater detail in an entire section of its own just a little bit later. Now, as with any penetration test, we need to do discovery in order to determine our target wireless network. We must also make sure that we're not targeting a network that we are not authorized to test. All right, that's as opposed to having a network connection. So it becomes a major problem when discussing wireless penetration testing, as you'll often find several wireless networks mixed with one target network. So it's especially true in situations where the target organization and its associated networks are located in an office building or what do you call those things? The office park or compound or, well, you know what I'm talking about. BetterCap. So BetterCap is a powerful, easily extensible, easy to use, and all-in-one solution with all the features that might possibly be needed for performing reconnaissance and attacking Wi-Fi networks. So I'm also going to use BetterCap in the WPA cracking section. But in this section, we're just going to start the reconnaissance feature of BetterCap. So why don't we go ahead and install it? So first go to Kali, open the terminal screen and switch the user to root with the command sudo space su space dash. Then I'll run apt install BetterCap And what do you think? It's that easy to install. Okay, so let's run BetterCap. And there's no problem. It's working properly. But we do need to give access to BetterCap in order to monitor all the network traffic. So first of all, don't forget to set the Wi-Fi adapter to monitor mode with the airmon-ng start WLAN 0 command. All right, so now we can monitor the Wi-Fi network traffic. Now run bettercap-iface WLAN 0 mon. Type help Wi-Fi. And what you see here is that we are using a Wi-Fi module that is one of the modules in BetterCap, and there are lots of parameters to perform various Wi-Fi attacks, such as Wi-Fi reconnaissance, deauthentication attacks, and creating fake access points. Let's type wi-fi.recon on. So BetterCap starts to list devices and access points with SSID names, MAC addresses, signal powers. It also shows probe packets. So if we type wi-fi.show as a parameter, we can see the detected devices on a table. Now in this table, we'll also learn the encryption standard, channel, the client number connected to the device, the size of the packet sent and received, as well as the scene time. Cool. So after displaying this table, BetterCap continues to discover new clients until we type wi-fi.recon.off. All right, so if you haven't heard of war driving before, war driving is the act of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks, usually from a moving vehicle, using a laptop or a smartphone. War walking or war jogging or whatever, war skateboarding is similar to war driving, but it's done on foot rather than from a moving vehicle. Now, the goal of war driving might be just to find a single usable Wi-Fi network, or it may be to map all Wi-Fi signals within a specific area. The latter is also called access point mapping. So while the act of war driving itself may not be malicious, the data can be used to publicize and or exploit open or insecure networks. So this category of war drivers use Wi-Fi equipped devices together with a GPS device to record the location of particular wireless networks. The GPS receiver records the current location as the car is moving, while the Wi-Fi transceiver detect signals of wireless networks present in each location. The antenna extends the range of signal detection compared to a typical laptop. Now for the wireless reconnaissance section, I accomplished war driving with a car. Of course, I did some software and hardware configurations before I started war driving. And the particular hardware that I used are, well, a car, laptop with Kali installed, Android phone, Wi-Fi adapter, and the software that I installed is Kismet, GPS Service Daemon or GPSD, Android Debug Bridge or ADB, Shared GPS, Android app, and Google Earth. So I want to show you step by step how these configurations and mapping took place. So go to Kali, open the web browser, and search for Veterans Sec War Driving. Now, this is an awesome blog post that explains the war driving steps very clearly. So mostly I'll follow these steps, but some of the hardware that I'm going to use and some of the steps I follow will be a little different. All right, so the equipment that's used in the blog post, and I'll use my Kali machine installed in VirtualBox instead of Raspberry Pi. I'll also use an Android device and TP-Link Wi-Fi adapter, but I don't need the portable battery. Okay, so these are the tools to install. I'm not going to install GIS Kismet because there's an alternative that I want to show you. So we'll start with the updating and upgrading our repositories. process might take a little while. After updating, we'll install Kismet. So Kismet's already installed in Kali, and when we run Kismet-H, we can see the available options. So like I said earlier, I'm not going to use the GIS Kismet for war driving, but I will show you how to install it. Because we might use this tool a little later. You might want to use it when you want to. So let's run apt-get install GIS Kismet. Oh, okay. GIS Kismet is not in the package lists. So let's search for GIS Kismet install on Google. Now, if I remember correctly, GIS Kismet was in GitLab. Okay, yeah, I'm correct. Now, we'll follow the installation steps. So first we'll need to clone this repository to Kali. So just copy the HTTPS link and run git clone as the command with this link. And we'll change the directory to GIS Kismet. And we'll go back to the installation file. And first we'll install these requirements. Now we can run the commands perl and make. Now we'll run these commands in order. Check with GIS Kismet. It's okay. Now it's time to install GPSD. Run apt-get install GPSD. And that's good too. Okay, so finally run the apt-get install ADB to install the Android debug bridge. Don't forget to install the shared GPS application on your Android phone. And I will install Google Earth on my host machine for mapping, the last step. All right, so now we're ready to start our configurations. The first step is to edit the GPSD configuration file. So just open up this file with a nano text editor on the terminal screen and add these options. Set them to false. In the second step, we'll need to edit the Kismet configuration file. So here I'll add NC source as WLAN0MON because the name of my Wi-Fi adapter interface is WLAN0MON when it's in monitor mode, right? But you, of course, should be using your interface name. So now add a local IP address with port 2501 as a listening address. And allowed hosts. So finally, in GPS configuration, there are a few differences here. So these are the options for the new GPS configuration of Kismet. Now we're only going to uncomment this line to enable GPS. So that way Kismet will get the GPS coordinates through GPSD. Now you will also need this, well, if you're French, it would be the WE file, but it's an OUI file for Kismet to properly identify MAC address vendors. So I'm just going to check and see if this link is still valid. Okay, so this link doesn't work. So again, we'll search on Google to find this file. Keywords will be Wireshark, MAC address, and vendors. Oh, there you go. See, Firefox has just been updated in the background, so I'll restart it. And I'll type the keywords again. Okay, so let's grab the very first website. All right, so here's a Wireshark manufacturer database. Okay, it's correct, so I'll use this list. Now run wget as the command with the O parameter. And we'll give a name to the output file, manuf, file saved. Okay, now copy it to the etc folder. So now we'll configure the Share GPS application on the Android phone. Before starting, though, we must put Android in developer mode. So switching to developer mode may differ depending upon whatever device you have. So just find out how to switch into developer mode for your own device. If it just so happens that your phone is in developer mode, just open Share GPS, click on Connections, and add a new connection using the following settings. Click on Next and set the port to 50,000. So that's 5 and 4 zeros. Click OK. Now open the settings on the upper right corner. Settings must be the same as you see in the screenshots. All right, so go to Connections, and the connection that we added now is idle. So to connect it to the Kali machine, just tap on it to switch to listening mode. Now let's plug in the Android phone. So let's ensure that the wireless adapter is in monitor mode. And we'll also check the connectivity between the phone and Kali. Just type ADB devices. All right, so my phone is attached, but I need to trust Kali to change the unauthorized status. And for that, I just click Trust this device. Now let's check the connectivity again. Hey, we're okay. So now let's run this command and check to see if the GPS is working. Netcat, localhost, 50,000. And sure enough, this is GPS traffic. All right, so hit Control and C, and we'll turn on GPS-D and check with CGPS. Okay, so there's no GPS traffic here. So, right, something must have gone wrong. So we'll reboot Kali, try it again. All right, so here you see that I have rebooted Kali. I'll repeat some steps. Okay, so it's working now. Electrons are funny little buggers. But what we can do is turn on the GPS-D and check it out again. Okay, so now there's no problem. GPS traffic is coming from our Android phone. Now, before going ward driving, we don't forget to connect to the internet. All right, so let's just make sure that I use the internet on my Android. Okay, so if all the configurations are okay, the final step then is to just run the Kismet server. But before starting it, I'm just going to get into the car. Now, when you're in the car before driving, you run the Kismet server with this command. Just don't forget to change the Wi-Fi interface for your interface. All right, so now I am driving, and the Kismet server is detecting the Wi-Fi networks. Pretty amazing. We can always display the results with a user interface of Kismet from the browser. So open up this address. Of course, we'll need to create a user to log in with. And sure enough, here are the discovered devices. So let's have a look, see if the GPS is working. And yeah, the GPS values are saved by Kismet. Now, at the same time, you'll see the GPS status on your phone. So sometimes the status will be no fix or 2D fix. If you want to get a really good view of mapping, though, it will be better for us to have a 3D fix. Then when you finish your route, you can press the keyboard command Control-C, and that stops the Kismet server. And then a Kismet server will be saved on the current directory. All right, so I've completed ward driving and collected enough information so that I can show you how to map. So it is now time to visualize the results. So I need to have a KML file, and that will import into Google Earth. Now, in this blog post, the GIS Kismet is used to convert NetXML to the KML file format. However, in the new version of the Kismet tool, the file format generated as the result of scanning is already the Kismet format. So we have a Kismet file now. So that means we can convert this file to a KML file format with KismetDB to KML, which is a great tool. So we'll copy this part, and then we'll give the Kismet file with the in parameter, and we'll give a name for the new KML file with the out parameter. Okay, so of course there are warnings for certain Wi-Fi devices, but don't worry about that. Kismet did not find a good fix from GPS data for these devices. But these don't happen to be all the devices discovered, so there. So let's check the KML file. Okay, so look at this. A whole lot of coordinates have been recorded. So now the last step is to export this file to Google Earth. So to do this, we need to move this file to the host machine where Google Earth is installed. So first I'll just move this file to the desktop with the mv command. Okay, so it's here. So we'll drag it to the host machine. Now let's install Google Earth. You can search for it on Google if you don't have it. Click on the website, agree, and download. Okay, so click on the downloaded disk file. Double click, install. And the install was completed. So let's go ahead and open it. File tab and open. Here it is, import KML file. Wow. So this approaching move to me is really exciting. I mean, here's my route and the discovered devices. So I can now examine all of the results a lot more closely on my visualized map. Pretty cool. All right, so a rogue access point is a wireless access point that's been installed on a secure network, but without explicit authorization from a local network administrator, whether added by a well-meaning employee or perhaps even a malicious attacker. So attackers can persuade clients to connect back to your attack system instead of attacking APs or trying to recover WEP or WPA keys. So this is where rogue access points come into play. So if an attacker installs an access point, they are able to run various types of vulnerability scanners. And then rather than having to be physically inside the organization, they can just attack remotely. So we'll see how rogue access point attacks work using different tools such as Airbase NG and Wi-Fi Pumpkin and Fluxion. Car Metasploit is also a great function within Metasploit, allowing you to fake access points. But instead of that right now, I'm going to show you some newer tools such as Fluxion and Wi-Fi Pumpkin developed for rogue access points. Airbase NG, of course, is not new. It was developed way back in 2008, but it's still a powerful tool that's been added to some of the new tools. Airbase NG is a multi-purpose tool designed to attack clients as opposed to attacking the access point itself. It also acts as an ad hoc or full access point. It has an ability to filter by SSID or client MAC addresses. You can manipulate and resend packets. You can also capture the WPA-WPA2 handshake. It also has an ability to encrypt sent packets and then decrypt received packets. But I'll tell you that the main purpose of the Airbase NG tool is to encourage wireless clients to associate with a fake AP and then prevent them from accessing legitimate ones. Airbase NG can easily spoil real nearby access points, so it's necessary to use filters so that you can minimize its impact. So why don't we go ahead and create a web access point, Airbase NG. Go to Kali, open a terminal screen and switch user to root with sudo su-. Check the mode of your wireless adapter's interface. Okay, so it's in monitor mode. And let's use AeroDumpNG to capture packets and find access points. AeroDumpNG will display a list of detected access points and also a list of connected clients. So we'll run AeroDumpNG WLAN 0mon. All right, so I connect to Hacker Academy. Now we can learn important information about the access point in this list, such as channel, encryption type, MAC address. Now there's also a list that shows connected clients to access points. But now that we know the channel number, we can create a fake access point with Airbase NG on the same channel. So we'll use the C parameter to give the channel number, the E parameter to give an ESSID with the same name as the access point. The S parameter is used to force shared key authentication. Uppercase W is used to set the WEP flag in beacons. And then at the end of this command, we should add the wireless interface. All right, so now a fake access point was created with this MAC address. So copy the BSSID. I'll open a new terminal and run AeroDumpNG to see only the information about this access point. We'll give the channel and the BSSID of the access point. And as you can see, the encryption type of the fake access point is WEP, and it is on channel 11. And of course, right now, there are no data packets because there's no connected client to this access point. But it is propagating beacon signals. You can see its SSID with WEP encryption on the other devices. So when a client attempts to connect to the fake access point, you can see the logs on the screen. Now, we didn't set a WEP key, and we don't know the shared key right now, so we could not authenticate to this particular access point. Therefore, there are broken shared key authentication errors in the logs, right? Now, in the WEP cracking section, I'll set the WEP key with the lowercase w parameter to show you how to crack the WEP key. So right now, let's look at the AeroDumpNG screen. And although we could not authenticate with the fake access point, we can certainly see the MAC address of the device in this list when it attempts to authenticate. So there are numerous tools on the market to conduct a penetration test. However, achieving success in a test largely depends on the right set of tools and the techniques that are used. In order to complete a test, you've got to choose the right set of tools and apply the best methodologies. Sure, it would be a whole lot easier and a whole lot of time savings if just one single tool could help you perform all the required tasks for penetration testing. That's why when I think of the best tools for penetration testing, Metasploit framework is the one that first comes to mind. In the security marketplace, it's considered to be the most effective tool to conduct a penetration test today. It can literally perform all tasks that are involved in a penetration testing lifecycle. Now, it's important to understand the capabilities of Metasploit so that it can be leveraged perfectly during each test. With the use of Metasploit, you really don't need to reinvent the wheel. It offers a wide variety of exploits, information gathering modules, with a few web testing capabilities too. So Metasploit allows you to easily build attack vectors to augment its exploits, payloads, encoders, and way more in order to create and execute more advanced attacks. So besides manually or automatically accomplishing these tests, Metasploit is not just an application. Like I said before, it's an entire framework that has an extensive exploit development environment. And what that means is it allows you to customize and extend the framework for whatever your requirements may be. So no doubt you've seen that it's a very powerful tool for penetration testing. However, I want to warn you, it's not a magic tool that can help you hack into any target system. One of the goals of this course is to get you comfortable with the framework, show you some advanced attacks, and ensure that you can apply these techniques responsibly. Right? So in the next few hours, you will be talking about the Metasploit framework. Now, before we jump into the hacking, you should know why I prefer Metasploit among all the other tools out there. Thankfully, first up, it's an open source project. So, yeah, this is pretty much my main reason why I go with Metasploit. It's also actively developed. Metasploit allows you to reach the source code and customize the modules. And yeah, it has a chargeable version, but I will give you details about all the different versions in the next section. I also think it's easy to use Metasploit. It has reasonable naming conventions and commands. And it's great for testing large networks because you don't get confused and you don't have to dread a whole lot of extra busy work. Because Metasploit offers to test the entire range automatically. It uses parameters such as subnet and classless interdomain routing, CIDR values. So therefore, Metasploit saves a large amount of time and energy. Now, Metasploit has a variety of payloads, and you can easily switch between them. For automated exploits, you can create and set payloads quickly. Moreover, generating shellcode to use in manual exploits also becomes easy by using the MSF Venom from the command line. Metasploit also offers cleaner exits. In other words, when you try to compromise a system by using a custom-coded exploit, you've got to be really careful. Because if the exploit does not have a right exit code, that has the big potential to crash the system. And believe me, that's not a good practice at all. So if you don't want to face such situations and the wrath that it brings upon you, Metasploit is also responsible for making a much cleaner exit from the system that you want to get into. And luckily, the graphical user interface. Yeah, the commercial and the community version of Metasploit has GUI, and you can perform most anything from there. So this brings up the question, what do you have for Metasploit framework? The answer is Armitage, which is a third-party interface. Hopefully you're going to be learning these environments more in the later sections. So stick with me. So here we are. Meet the Metasploit framework. This is pretty much your Swiss Army knife to pen testing. Until now, you might recall the basic phases of a penetration tester and completed the lab setup. So let's talk about the big picture. Metasploit framework. I consider the MSF to be one of the most useful penetration testing tools freely available. The Metasploit framework provides an impressive workspace that is, well, beyond any others that I can think of, because it's beyond any one particular tool that has a bunch of exploits. So it's more than that, though. You can customize it for your own purpose. From a wide variety of commercial exploits, as well as an extensive exploit development environment, all the way to network information gathering tools and web vulnerability plugins, you can pretty much find almost everything that you need for a penetration test. But to be clear about this course is I have prepared this in a manner to encompass only the front end or the user aspects of the framework, pretty much with the aim to give an in-depth look into the many features of Metasploit. So this isn't an exploit development course for MSF. I'll plan that for later and you'll be raring to go. But it is an amazing tool for sure. So before we do a little walk around, let's have a little brief talk about its history. And believe me, I'll be brief. Won't be too long. So the creator of Metasploit is H.D. Moore, who was spending most of his time validating and sanitizing public exploit codes to use in 2003. Then the idea of a framework formed in his mind, and the first edition came out. The first edition was a complete Perl project released in 2003 with a total of 11 exploits. Then, with the help of some other friends, Metasploit 2.0 was released in 2004 with 19 exploits and over 27 payloads. Then shortly after this release, the team continued to widen and Metasploit gained popularity in the information security community. Then following a complete rewrite in the Ruby programming language, the Metasploit team released Metasploit 3.0 in 2007. 150,000 lines of code added to the project in an 18-month period after migrating from Ruby. With the 3.0 release, Metasploit saw widespread adoption in the security community and also a big increase in user contributions. In the fall of 2009, Metasploit was acquired by Rapid7, which allowed HD to build a team to focus only on the development of the Metasploit framework. After the acquisition, updates have occurred more, well, rapidly. Then Rapid7 released 2 commercial products based on the Metasploit framework, Metasploit Express and Metasploit Pro. Metasploit Express was a lighter version of the Metasploit Pro. But for this version, Rapid7 announced the end of life on June 4th, 2018. So the team will focus on Metasploit Pro by adding new features such as collaboration, group penetration testing, and oh, so much more. So I told you I'd be brief. This was your history class of the Metasploit project. So like it or not, basically the life cycle of a product pretty much defines what it is. So being familiar with the file system of a tool might help you to exploit it a little bit better. So take some time to make yourself familiar with its file system. In order to do that, the best way to learn the structure of Metasploit is to browse through its directory. Metasploit Framework is provided in the User Share Metasploit Framework directory in Kali Linux, and one could more easily understand the Metasploit architecture by having a look under its hood. So let's examine the file system of Metasploit and see just how the framework is constructed. So I'm going to open a terminal, and let's have a look, see where we are. So I'm going to Metasploit Framework directory, and when using Kali Linux, the Metasploit Framework is usually located in the path User Share Metasploit Framework. So let's see what we have here. Right, so hopefully if you can see over my shoulder here, the MSF file system is organized by really well-defined directories. And the structure is very clear. The Metasploit Framework has a variety of component categories based on their role in the penetration testing phases. For example, here, the data folder. This directory stores editable files, such as word lists and binaries, required for some of the exploits. So let me show you some of the word list directories. Metasploit uses these lists for brute force. The documentation folder. As its name suggests, the documentation directory contains the available documentation for the framework. Modules folder. All the Metasploit modules are contained in this directory. Now, the modules directory is where you will find the actual MSF modules for exploits, auxiliaries, post modules, payloads, encoders, and NLP generators, and you will be interacting with Metasploit mostly by modules. The primary directory for modules is User Share Metasploit Framework Modules, but you can use your own modules from your home directory at MSF4 Modules. Plugins folder, and as I said before, Metasploit is not a rigid tool. You can customize it and add plugins to increase its power. So you're going to find these plugins in this directory. Some of the common plugins are OpenVAS, Nexpose, Nessus, and a variety of others which can be loaded into the framework using the load command. Scripts. The scripts directory contains Meterpreter and other scripts. Now I'm going to show you some of the Meterpreter scripts. These scripts help you to automate some of the post-exploitation jobs, such as keyboard recording, dumping password hashes, and getting much more information from the compromised system. Tools. The tools directory has various useful command line utilities that aid in penetration testing, and that's contained in this folder. Oh, I also want to show you how to view the Metasploit directory from the GUI. Now, this will be way more helpful to get a better understanding of the framework and all of its components. So from folder view, User, Share, Metasploit Framework, and now you're in the Metasploit directory. You can open the folders that you have viewed from the terminal. So MSF has such a wide variety of different commands, and they all have well-defined name conventions that will help you to rule the framework. So let's have a look. Core commands. These are the basic commands of Metasploit. You can use them to make general purpose as well as framework level tasks. Module commands. They're there to help you move between modules and to pass values to the variables. You can view and use a module with these commands. Job commands are basically used for interacting with your sessions to view the status of the jobs that you've started. Resource script commands allow you to record and to run your own scripts to automate your routines. Developer commands allow you to edit the files and interact with Ruby. Database commands are, like we were talking about before, importing and exporting as well as the connection to a database. With these commands, that's where you're going to save your findings. And the credential commands are used when you activate database, and they help you to store and get credentials found while you're doing your penetration testing. So I chose some sets so that you get the basic idea about how to use them. So why don't we go ahead and jump into Kali to see them in action. Go ahead and open your terminal and just write MSF console. So this time, you see that I don't put the Q as a parameter because, well, I don't want to view that banner. Banners are these funny things here. You can change them every time by typing the banner command. But believe me, that's not the actual fun part. You're going to find the real fun in later modules, but I want to make sure that you're well-versed in the basics. So I'll choose to divide the MSF console commands into groups to show you in a more meaningful way and make it clear. So, okay, let's start. Color command will provide a colorful output if you enable it. Now, by default, it is enabled, and you may disable it for whatever reason you like. I'm going to enable it by putting in color true. Now, to view the MSF version, just type the version command. All right, so this is my installation version when I was recording the course. And then beside MSF console commands, the interface allows you to execute Linux system commands. Now, I don't know if it's the same in Windows, but on Linux, you have this flexibility. I can change my directory, view it, or I can check my IP address. But anyway, I think you get the point. So you still have questions about the commands? All right, so type this into the console, and it will help you. Or just put help, and you'll see the same output. Now let's say this is not enough, and you want some specific info about a particular command. Type help, and then the command name. So for example, help workspace. Or maybe help help. There's only so much it can do. Okay, so type help search. And then let's have a look at the search command help output. So this command will really be helpful to find a module. And you're going to use it many times. It's okay. You just stick in a search term and you'll see the result. And as you can see from the help screen, you can also be more specific while you're searching. So let's type in search name Java. Now, that, as you see, will bring up many Java-related modules to the screen. Let's search name Java, rank excellent, date 2011. Okay, so only 3 results. So obviously you can narrow the result by being more specific. Okay, so the next thing is grepping. You can grep the output of this command like this. Metasploit also records your history like bash, so it has a history file. And with the history command, you can view what you have entered in the MSF console, just like that. Here you can see some of my previous commands. But you can also save all the output, not only to history. So look at the spool command. We'll type spool and then the output file name, and then it will save everything. Spool desktop msf.log. So now whatever you see in MSF console will be saved to that file. So let's cat this file. And there it is. It saves everything. Here you might want to type spool stop, but I'm not going to do that now. In a penetration test, you may also configure the Metasploit according to your needs. And you are allowed to save your configuration by simply typing the save command, and then your configuration will be saved to that file. Now here, because I'm not making any change to the default settings, you won't see anything. But if you finish your work with Metasploit, you can then quit by using quit or the exit command. You can close up Metasploit and exit just like that. So now open your terminal and start the MSF console. The first command of this part is show. Now when you work with a module, it helps you to display the variables and properties of that module. So the help screen is for showing us that. Type the show command, and then the name of the object. So let's have a look at NOP generators by typing show NOPs. And as you see, the NOP generators list appears. So there's no plugin for this phase. And here are the encoders. And also the exploits. But it might take a little while to list all the exploits if you try to list them. And then here are all the exploits in Metasploit. Now, when you need to use an exploit, you can search these exploits. For example, if you want to exploit a Java RMI server code execution, you can search for terms like RMI, RMI registry. So yeah, let's perform a search just like that. Search RMI registry. And you see it brings me the appropriate exploit. So I want to make an important point here. When you are conducting a pen test, you should perform an extensive enumeration on the target to choose the right exploit. That's how you know what to search for. Although Metasploit has many exploits, it doesn't mean that you can use every single one in every circumstance. First, you'll need to find the vulnerability, and then if Metasploit has a suitable exploit, you can use that. Otherwise, you may have a headache if you randomly run exploits, and it's a waste of time. Okay, so back to the RMI registry exploit. So now you have the name of the exploit. And if you recall from the previous videos, how do you use this exploit? Type use and then the name of the exploit. Now you can work with that exploit. If you want to be sure about the exploit or if you want to configure the details, you can use the info command to get detailed information about what the exploit's going to do. And in this case, this is an exploit, but for sure it can be any other Metasploit module. So read the description, examine the variables, or follow the reference link to get additional information about that particular exploit. Show the options to view the variables, and these are the basic variables. And yes, you can set some advanced variables to have more control over the exploit code. How do you do that? Show advanced. So here are the other variables of the exploit to make some of the advanced configurations. Some exploits only work with a specific operating system or software versions, whatever. Now, to send the target the right exploit code, you've got to know the version of what you're trying to exploit. Makes sense, right? I'll assume here that you have made enumeration and you know your target well. So that's what you tell Metasploit. Here you specify the available targets by the show targets command. As I hope you see on the screen, there's only 5 types of targets. So this means that this exploit can't be utilized on environments other than these particular 5. For the most part. In a production environment, your exploit may fail due to IPS, IDS, or firewall rules. So I think it's good practice to evade these security measures. For each exploit, there are different evasion techniques in Metasploit. So let's use the show evasion command to display the available techniques. And if you want, you can choose these. And these are the payloads that I listed by the show payloads command. Now, like evasion, for each exploit, there are different payloads. So this means you can't use a Linux payload for a Windows system. And for this exploit, there are these available payloads. Now I'll show you these variables again, and let's set them. You may remember from some of the previous videos how to set a variable, so we'll do that now. Use the set command, just like that. That's why I like the Linux console. Setting the value of variable means you can get the value of the same variable by simply typing get as the command and then the variable name. This is the Metasploitable2 IP address in my lab environment. Now you can also unset a variable value by using the unset command. And I just unset our host value as you see here. So you may come across a situation that you need to use the same value in every exploit. So you can just set the variable to the same value in each exploit again. If you use setg command, you can globally set a variable value. And by using the getg command, you can get the global value of a variable. And then simply you can unset a global variable by using the unsetg command. Now, after setting all the variables, you can get the exploit to execute by either using the run or the exploit commands. It actually doesn't matter. So these messages here show what's going on in the background. And you will also be informed by Metasploit if a session is open. So now I have the session, and by typing the sessions command, I will list my available sessions. And as expected, I have only this one. Now to interact with that session, type sessions as your command with the I parameter, and then an index of the session appears. In my case, it's 3. Okay, so now I'm in the Meterpreter shell. Later, you're going to have your deep dive into Meterpreter, I promise. But for now, I'm going to only show you that I have exploited the Metasploitable2. Then let's type in background to turn back to the MSF console again. Now, when you're finished with an exploit, you can pick another one directly by using the use command like this, or you can use the back and then utilize the new one by the use command. That's pretty much how I work. Then show the exploit options. Now for this exploit, I will define a payload by setting the payload variable, set payload Java, Meterpreter reverse TCP. So I don't set the rhost variable, but in the previous video, I defined it as a global variable. And also there are some new variables under this payload section, lhost and lport, because I chose a reverse TCP connection, which means that after a successful exploitation, the target will connect back to me. So lhost in this context is the IP address of Kali, and lport is the port that is ready to connect to Kali. Its default value is 4444, and I don't want to change that. I will only set the lhost to 10.10.2.11, then set HTTP password to Tomcat, set HTTP username to Tomcat. Now, it isn't necessary, but I can set the target to 0. I forgot the R port. So let's set the R port to 8180. Okay, so let me check it one more time. Okay, yeah, everything looks good. Now, exploit. See, it doesn't take too much time. And I have the Meterpreter session on Metasploitable 2. But this time, let's have a look at the user Tomcat55. It is not the root user. So this means actually you don't have a high privileged shell. So I'm going to send this session to the background by using the Meterpreter bg command. So this is my sessions list in the background. Okay, so I want to show you a couple more commands. Push M and pop M. Push M will push the current module to stack. Now I will push this exploit to stack. Then I can pick another one, RMI registry exploit, and I'll run it, and I get another session. So as you can see here, I am working with RMI registry exploit. With the pop M, I'll pop the last module from the stack, and it's the Tomcat Manager exploit as you see here on your screen. So I'll advise you to do this because when you're doing some really quick exploitation, those last two commands come in super handy. All right, so I want to get something off my chest. I need to share with you. As a penetration tester, it's really important to be organized while testing. Now, you're probably going to find yourself in an information pool, and I don't want you to drown. It contains tons of details like credentials, vulnerable services, targets, scan reports, and the list goes on and on. So it is absolutely essential to keep track of what you've done on the network. So this is why MSF has an option to cover with extensive support multiple database systems. So configuring a database to work with MSF will be a real time saver for you. MSF supports MySQL and PostgreSQL. You can use both. However, PostgreSQL is the default one, which has built-in support within MSF. And by using this feature, you can easily access scan information, export and import results, use the identified information later on in modules. Then you will also be able to keep your findings clean and well organized. So go ahead and open your terminal again. Metasploit can use databases to store information. So you have the option to start without a database. But please, for a better penetration testing experience, I do not recommend this. So before starting the MSF console using a database, you need to run a sequence of commands. The default installation of Metasploit framework on Kali uses PostgreSQL. So you should first start PostgreSQL from the Linux terminal by typing in system ctl start postgresql.service. And now the next thing is creating and initializing the Metasploit database in PostgreSQL. For this, you can use the msfdb command, and here's the help screen for it. So let's check the database status by typing in msfdb status, and what comes up is PostgreSQL is running, and msfdb finds a database connection file in the default directory. So if you start msfdb, it will use the information in this file for connecting to PostgreSQL. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that database, and let's create it from the beginning. msfdb delete for deletion. Okay, so now initialization with msfdb init. Then start the msfdb with msfdb start. Now, actually, when you run msfdb, it will automatically start PostgreSQL. Therefore, you can only use msfdb, but this is just my habit. So I'll first run PostgreSQL, then msfdb. And I'm going to run it in quiet mode. Okay, MSF console open. Now, in order to do the database operations, MSF console has its own database commands. So let's type in help database to get a look at these commands. And here are some of them. And you can see the names are very clear. Check database status with db status, and Metasploit connected to default MSF3. So you can change this database. You can even create your own and connect to that. And that is going to be our next goal. And now I want to introduce you to the workspace concept in Metasploit. It's more like working under a project area, I think. So simply type workspace to see the available workspaces. Now here I have only the default one. The workspace command has a help screen, so you can add, delete, and create workspaces with abandon, according to whatever your requirements are. And the V command will list the workspaces in a verbose mode. And I will add a couple of workspaces by using A as my parameter. And here are the workspaces that I have added. Now, automatically, the last one is chosen, as you see here. Now, you can also delete a workspace by using the D parameter. And let's say you want to change your workspace anytime. Just write its name after the workspace command. Oh, I'm already using Pentest 4. Alrighty then. Let's connect Metasploit to our own database. So it is quite easy and I think natural if you want to use another DBMS such as MySQL or another database in PostgreSQL. So I'm going to change the current database to another one in PostgreSQL. But before I do that, I need to create a database. So these are my workspaces, but I'm not going to need them now. So I'm going to disconnect from the MSF3 database. Then exit from Metasploit. Now, I think it's good practice to stop PostgreSQL for a while, then start it again. But this is just one of my old habits that I pass on to you. Okay, so now I'm going to get the full name of the PostgreSQL user by these commands. The name is Postgres, type SU, Postgres, to get into PostgreSQL user shell. Now here you're not going to need a password because the default installation there is no password. Now the logic is the same if there is a password, you will need to type it. All right then. list databases with PSQL, and here are the databases. So now I'm going to create a user first by using the create user command. Create user, user for MSFP. I'm going to enter my very strong password 2 times. And now let's create a database by create DB. That's the command that is owned by the user for MSF that we just created. So create DB, DB for MSF, owner equals user for MSF. All right, so let's list the databases. And sure enough, here I have the database. So I am now finished with PostgreShell, and I'm going to exit. And I'll open MSF console in quiet mode again. It's finally open. And let's just quickly check the DB status. So as you can see here, it connects to the default database. So now I'm going to disconnect from that database, and that's successful. Now I'm going to connect to my new database, DB for MSF. DB connect user for MSF 1234 at localhost :5432 /db4msf. 1234 is my strong password, as you can see. All right, so now let's check the status of the database. Okay, good. So here you see that I have connected the new one. And you can now work within the workspaces. Add, delete, choose. It's all on you now. Exploitation phase. So although MSF has now become a multi-purpose penetration testing tool, at its heart, it is an exploitation tool. So believe me when I tell you that it integrates with many other tools, and, well, to do a penetration test, you could really only stick with this. But I assure you that MSF gains a lot of power with the exploits that it has. And of course, the ease of exploitation is another reason for its power. Now, up to now, you have seen a lot of features, but now I'm going to take you to the best part. In all the previous sections, you enumerate the system and then gain the information. And then you perform a vulnerability scan on the targets and realize some of the vulnerabilities. But now comes the best part. It's to exploit these vulnerabilities and gain remote access to the targets. So I got to tell you, and I speak from experience here, that the ability to gain full control over a targeted machine is, it's a great feeling. So I want to show you a way to follow. Then your approach is to review the vulnerabilities detected in the previous stages and then sort through them by the reliability and the potential harm to the target network. So I'm first going to focus on the basics of exploitation, and that way you can familiarize yourselves with the different commands on MSF. So you're going to need to use MSF console efficiently, and that's how you dive into some of the customization of the framework. So why don't we just get started? So prior to MSF Venom, there were MSF Payload and MSF Encoder that would help us to compose more stealthy payloads. Now, I want to start it like a fairy tale or a story, but it wasn't really that far back. The way I remember it, it was 2015. When MSF Venom replaced both MSF Payload and MSF Encode. Now, I really like this tool. As it's defined in its description, a Metasploit standalone payload generator. So I think the guys from the Metasploit team deserve applause for this brilliant tool. At first glance, you might think, it's a simple tool, what can it do? And yes, the power is derived from its simplicity and ease of use. However, it is very comprehensive when you examine its payloads, encoders, and other capabilities. So let's have a look at how to use this tool. Open up a terminal tab and simply type MSF Venom help to discover the tool. The help screen is pretty well defined and the parameters are well explained, so make sure that you become well acquainted with it. Now you can define many properties for your payloads. You can add NOPSLET, avoid bad chars, even add custom codes to your payloads. Also, MSF Venom allows you to encode the payload and even lets you use an executable template to be stealthier. MSF Venom supports all Metasploit payloads. So to list the available payloads, type MSF Venom L payloads. To list encoders, just type in MSF Venom L encoders. And you can do this for any of the architectures supported, for platforms, and for formats. With MSF Venom, you have many ways to create a payload file. C, Python, ASPX, and many other types. So you can use any payload with almost all options inside MSF Venom. So let's type MSF Venom P, and the payload name, and to list the options So I showed you earlier in the fourth section about encoders. MSF Venom